Okay, we should be going. So, we're good. So yesterday, we got Forgejo set up. We did some styling. I kind of got cut off a little bit early because I ran out of storage space on my laptop. But yeah, that's kind of, you know, it's up and running. One thing I didn't know yesterday is that you can do, where is it at? This migrate repository. And this, you can add an access token and it'll pull in all the pull requests and stuff. I didn't do that originally. I just created a new repo and pushed to it. And so then like these links didn't work. But now because I migrated it instead, we have this. You'll see some stuff here doesn't pull up, which is a little bit annoying. Like in theory, if you wanted this, you could get it off of GitHub. But if I say delete the repo, I can't get these images anymore. I doubt. Maybe they keep them, I don't know. But I could pull them up here, something like that. If I wanted to, I could copy these in, but I don't really feel like doing this right now. But at least I have the pull request context. For the most part, I stopped doing pull requests and I kind of just push to main directly since I'm not working with anyone right now. And I find that's a lot faster. But yeah, I get these 70 pull request contexts for whatever they're worth. Set this up too. So we have verification on the GPG keys. There was a thing, github.com/keys. This maybe? Nope. There it is. So yeah, if you want your public keys, because I don't have some of these private keys anymore, you can get them from here, api.github.com/users/the username gpg_keys. And then you'll be able to get all these keys and you can pull them in to Forgejo if you need to. So that's where we're at. We are going to review, I set up, or Claude set up, whatever, GCP backup. So there's a cron job, Kubernetes cron job that basically uses the Forgejo CLI tool to dump everything. And then we send that to GCP once a day. And then we have an alert that also notifies us if it hasn't updated in the last day or so. So I need to review this code. It's going to be the kind of first thing is just looking over this code, making sure it all makes sense. It works, it seems, but I want to just see if there's anything that maybe should have been done differently here. After that, we have these 2 GitHub actions that we're running on pushes to main. I need to evaluate if I want to use actions at all, or if everything would just be done through Argo workflows, and if there's anything kind of unique we can do because we're in the same VPC and everything now. Like, can Forgejo tell Argo workflows to spin up when master changes or something? Or like, can we set up a webhook basically for Argo workflows to trigger the Argo workflows and have Forgejo trigger them? Can we write back to the commit and say whether it was successful or not? Yeah, that's what we're gonna investigate tonight. Besides that, also we set up uptime monitoring yesterday. I think I did this completely off stream. I ended up going with BetterStack. BetterStack is free. Let me sign in. BetterStack is, this is a example incident report. They seem to have basically like full Ops Genie implementation where you can have incidents and you can respond to them and resolve them and stuff like that. It's kind of cool. But the only thing I need are the monitors. So I have 2 monitors. For free, you can have 1 user. You can get emails or push notifications if any of them fail. And you can have up to 10 monitors, 1 status page. If you want to customize the status page, you have to have a paid account. A paid account starts at $29 per notified user, and then you can do things like calls or texts or whatever. But you can have unlimited team members that can kind of come in and comment or whatever, look at the issues, schedule things. But it's $29 per user that's notified. It's a little expensive, but I don't really ever plan to have a lot of people. And it's a huge pain in the ass to set this stuff up reliably. I think, you know, if I had 10 users, 10 people that needed to be notified, maybe I'd consider setting up a self-hosted status page. But it's his own whole thing, and I don't really want to do it right now, and it's free. So, and this is like a thing you can easily move off of later. You lose the history, but whatever. And so you can see here, the cool thing is that you also get the latency by region, which I did want before. And so yeah, you kind of just get this for free. So we have DNS lookup, takes 150 milliseconds, TLS handshake, and then the data transfer. So so doing the request takes 700 milliseconds or so, and then from the US it takes a few hundred milliseconds. I think this is a little bit high. Let's see. Network. Yeah, I mean, unless they're on the East Coast, 300 milliseconds is pretty high. Even on the East Coast would be pretty high. Here, Portland to Seattle and back is about 100 milliseconds. If I were in Seattle, this would be much faster. But yeah, anywhere on the West Coast, it should be around this range, 150, 100. Yeah, they're probably using US East 1 or something. And the hard part with this is you don't know like if their latency is because of them. Like this may just be a them issue, not so much a you issue. But it's cool. So we get a status page. We can't like customize this stuff. We can't remove this. We'd have to pay. Whatever. The main thing is I want to get emailed if things are down, so they don't stay down too long. And I have internal notifications from Prometheus, so I would get a Slack alert if everything's up, but there's just like some risk that the servers are completely offline, and then this covers that use case. So yeah, status pages are set up. I looked at the self-hosted stuff, but the thing with the self-hosted stuff was I'd have to set up a VM in Google Cloud, and that's probably going to cost $15 or $20 a month. So I get this for free. And even if I want to customize it, it's going to cost me about the same as Google Cloud's going to cost me upfront. So if you had like 5 to 10 people, then yeah, maybe you'd want to do your own thing, but the incident response stuff is nice here. So you don't have to have something like OpsGenie. That's what we got. We got a status page. We have offsite backups. I just got to review the code for that. We have Forgejo set up. I set up the keys for that, public keys, and I did a little bit of customization of the UI. So now, close this. Let me go ahead and review that code. After reviewing this code, I'll try to set up Argo workflows connected to Forgejo. Once that's done, then tests should be running on main with this whole setup, and I can actually start to write some playwright tests, browser tests, and get back into building the features. So should be pretty good. Let's see what we got. Forgejo Backup, Forgejo backup alerts. Okay, this is fine. We can put this in. This is just the alert definition. Let's see what this alert definition is. Cannot read this in a time, cube, cron job, status, last successful. Yeah, so it's saying the last time the cron job ran successfully. There's some risk here that the cron job exits successfully without actually doing the upload. So there's like two risks when you back up stuff like this to GCS and you rely on it. One is that the backups don't actually work. If you've never tested the backups, it's entirely possible the backups don't work. I haven't tested the backups, so I don't know if they work, which is not ideal. I hope they work. And the other thing is this, which is that you end up in some situation where you think the backups are there, and this isn't actually testing if they're there. This is testing if the cron job ran. So I should think about if I want to fix this. The way to fix this, I think, would be to enable Prometheus stack driver exporter, which is the thing I disabled because it was costing like $20 a month. It was costing $20 a month because it was getting queried every 15 seconds, and now I have like a slow version, which would only update every 5 minutes. So that would reduce the cost by about 10x, which means it would be about $2 a month. So that's not terrible, but that would give me information, for example, like on if the bucket had updated. That's kind of annoying. Like, do I pay $2 a month to like make sure this alert is good, or do I do it later and then like maybe forget to update this? Let's put a to-do in here. This alert does not actually check if the bucket was updated. It checks the cron job exited successfully. There's some risk that the job is misconfigured and exits successfully, but never actually. Whenever we enable GCP stack driver exporter, we should switch this to looking at the bucket itself. Right. That's what we'll do for now. It's like a thing waiting to blow up. Backup resources. Backup key, get it from the GCP stack. Service account keys. Create the backup, GCS bucket, schedule, service account key. Image. Let's see. What is this schedule? 3 a.m. every day. Why 3 a.m.? Yeah, alerting. So we create the backup resources in the namespace. Yeah, secret. Creates a secret from the service account key. Yep. The script for the moment. This should be a separate file. Can you make the retention script its own test file? Retention config map. Cron job. Forgejo backup. I wish I would have called this like GCP backup, but I don't really feel like changing it. Schedule concurrency policy. You can only run one at a time. Successful job history limit, failed job history limit, job template, back off limit 1. Active deadline has to finish in 30 minutes? An hour? Hour? A minute. No, wait. No, it's an hour. Right? 60 times 60. Yeah, an hour. Yep. Oh, it's editing this. Back here. Pod affinity. Required during execution. Match Kubernetes name, topology, host name.
Permission requested. Command to build and verify retention. SH file copy. I created a shell script file named retention. SH with proper
Hard to say what should
syntax.
happen with
Then
these
edited the TypeScript file index.
because
CS to import the file system and path modules.
they
Replaced the inline retention script with a read file sync
they're
call
pretty
to the new shell
short,
script and added the necessary
so I don't
imports.
really know if they should
I
go in
also
another
examined the
file.
project's TypeScript configuration and build scripts to confirm that non-TypeScript assets like shell scripts are copied into the build output.
Like these
Run
aren't
build command to
scripts that are
verify the
mounted in.
changes
These are
and check that retention. SH appears in the
these are
compiled
init
build directory.
commands for the image. I'll leave it like this. Okay. Dump image set make directory timestamp dump. Where's app.ini coming from? Where is File. Timestamp. Dump. Then it lists the file. Go ahead and enjoy.
Permission requested. Command to check Forgejo environment variables.
Forgejo, let's see. rclone config rclone.conf. Up here. Progress, upload
I
complete.
searched the Forgejo resource files for configuration path references, inspected the
home
default values
chart.
YAML, and saw that the config path isn't explicitly set, noting that the rootless image defaults to data/guidia/comp/app. And then I ran a kubectl command to view the environment variables of the running container to confirm the actual path.
Also note Gidia temp and tempter. That's why Forgejo dump needed temp Gidia. It sets these mvars, but our init container doesn't have them.
Permission
Awesome.
requested. Command to check Forgejo deployment environment variables.
MCTL context Kiwi platform prod. This is the GCP stack. The GCP stack has a config, which creates a new service account, creates a key for it, and a storage bucket. With no versioning. Forgejo service account. Bucket. And the bucket IAM member. Okay.
Permission requested. Command to type check all changes. Permission requested. Command to check current NVAR ordering in Forgejo deployment. Permission requested. Command to deploy Forgejo and backup configuration.
Oh, oops. What was it? Just do? Oh. Could we make the backup script fail a little aggressively? Like if the backup doesn't create anything, then it should fail. The backup
The TypeScript file for the Forgejo backup to replace the argument block with new validation logic, adding checks that the dump file exists. Its size is greater than 100 kilobytes and less than 1.5 gigabytes, and that at least one dump archive is present before uploading. I explained that if any of these checks fail, the container exits with status 1, causing the job to fail, which will be reflected in kube state metrics and trigger the staleness alerts.
Could we make these scripts their own? Yes. Yeah.
Permission requested. Command to type check changes. requested. Command to find type check errors. It seems there's no text provided. Please provide the text you'd like me to clean for text-to-speech. I'll remove markdown formatting and code blocks, expand abbreviated units, and expand file extensions to full names. Permission requested. Command to type check all changes. Permission requested. Command to type check after fixing stray brackets in code. I ran the type check. and discovered syntax errors caused by stray closing brackets after the args arrays on lines 163 and 188. I edited the TypeScript file to remove the extra lines, correcting the args and volume out sections. Then I reran the type check to confirm the fixes.
distracted. I was looking at the other day. I was looking at the time to the nearest star system, Alpha Centauri, 4 light years away, 1/10 the speed of light, which we can't go. 44 years. The fastest probe we've sent would take 6,500 years. So it would take almost as long as human civilization has been around. I mean, maybe half as long to get to Alpha Centauri. This doesn't even have an Earth-like planet there. The nearest Earth-like planets are on the order of... There's maybe one in the same range. But most of the other ones we're aware of are about 5 to 10 times further out. So it would take 30,000 to 60,000 years. That's with a probe that has no people on it. So presumably we couldn't go as fast in a ship that had people on it. And yeah, we don't even know if any of these planets are actually habitable. They're just like in the zone. So yeah, if people want to survive past Earth, humanity wants to survive past Earth, humanity would have to stick around for tens of thousands of years, probably. Like that's just to make the trip, let alone like building everything to do that. We're not even really close to doing that. So yeah, I would guess humanity has to survive at least another 10,000 years without nuking ourselves and destroying the atmosphere, killing all life on Earth. No. Hopefully. Doesn't happen. Okay, to clean this up, got 3 files. That all looks good. Remote list existing backups. Get the count of backups. Now target retention targets in second, daily, 3-day, weekly, monthly. For each backup, extract the timestamp and compute it. Kind of crazy. Keep files. We should verify and retention that we keep at least one file.
I read the retention. SH script identified that an empty keep file's variable or duplicate entries could cause unintended deletions, and added a safety check that counts unique files to keep and aborts the operation if the total would be reduced.
The board of 0 files to keep. Early exit if nothing to delete. Our clone lists existing. I see, so we back up and then just delete.
It seems like you didn't provide any text for me to clean. Please provide the text you'd like me to clean, and I'll be happy to assist you.
The flow in our clone upload is upload them backup. Yes. Didn't actually check the one thing I wanted to check. See? Volume mounts, mount path data. Is the backup thing a sort of yeah. Persistent plane. Go ahead and oh, it seems
Permission requested. Command to deploy updated backup scripts and config-driven paths.
We will not eat the bugs. We'll eat the bugs.
Permission requested. Command to trigger manual backup test. Permission requested. Command to check pod status after 30 seconds.
Uptime. Wonder for this. Got a status page. Can we?
Permission requested. Command to check dump container logs in the Kiwi platform prod context. Permission requested. Command to check filtered upload container logs. Permission requested. Command to check upload and retention output for a specific Kubernetes deployment.
What is it called? Called.
Permission requested. Command to verify Forgejo deployment environment variables.
Bug level.
Permission requested. Command to check Forgejo deployment environment variables. Permission requested. Command to delete manual test job in the Kiwi platform prod context. I updated the Forgejo Helm release, replaced the retention config map, and refreshed the cron job, then triggered a manual backup test, checked the dump and upload container logs, verified the dump size of 8.5 megabytes, met the 100 kilobytes minimum and 1.5 gigabytes maximum, confirmed the upload to Google Cloud Storage, and the retention logic kept 3 backups, and validated that the deployment picked up the new environment variables. Finally, I cleaned up the test job. All 3 scripts are standalone shell files loaded via file read operations.
Yeah. The backups are working. Now I think we update all the documentation. Page
Permission requested. Command to show stage changes. Permission requested. Command. Permission requested. Command to show recent commit messages for the Kiwi research project. Permission requested. Commit stage changes with a detailed commit message.
No log level is fixed. Can you make or
cluster responsibility and separation markdown file to add platform prod to the failure scenarios table, remove Docker registry and DEX from core prod, update the core prod purpose line, and insert a new platform prod cluster definition with its contains table, soft dependency, and updated dependency graph. I also reviewed the Claude Markdown, other documentation files, and the Forgejo theme changes to verify everything is accurate and up to date.
I feel like the dependency graph is a little wrong because it looks like you go through platform prod to access core prod stuff when they're actually separate and also depend on. Take a look at cluster. Nextdoor and LinkedIn are terrible. You can unsubscribe from everything and they'll just make another list.
I edited the markdown file cluster responsibility and separation, MD, and replaced the old graph with a new diagram that shows core prod and platform prod linked in a circular dependency. I explained that the previous graph implied a linear chain through platform to reach core, while in reality leaf clusters depend on both independently and core and platform depend on each other, and that the stack dependencies. MD graph handles this relationship more accurately.
Let state AWS.
I edited the stack dependencies markdown file, replacing the original diagram with a new one that shows core prod and platform prod as peer clusters with a bidirectional dependency, and I updated all leaf clusters to depend on both of them independently.
Okay, we should move this one. D1. Yeah, we don't need. Can you move into the... So many misspellings.
I listed the Forgejo backup directory, created a note subdirectory, and moved the Forgejo backup plan markdown file into it. Updated the backup reference in the cluster responsibility and separation markdown file, and the reference in the platform cluster migration markdown file, and then verified the changes with grep.
Making progress. Feeling good.
Permission requested. Command to commit stage documentation changes.
Now we'll have to come up with a plan to set up C. Choose.
Permission requested. Command to fix prettier formatting in 2 markdown files. Permission requested. Command to fix prettier formatting in specified markdown files. I ran prettier on the 2 markdown files to fix their formatting, and then checked which files had unstaged changes. Should I go ahead and git add those 2 files to pick up the formatting fix? Permission requested. Command to commit stage documentation changes.
Okay, we need to connect our Argo workflows with Forgejo. I think we have a bunch of options here. We can create a webhook maybe. We can pull Forgejo. We could do something with action. Okay.
Permission requested. Answer a series of questions about CI executor, triggers, status checks, and scope.
Where should CI actually execute? You already have Argo workflow templates with S3 caching. You want to keep execution in Argo and just add a trigger from Forgejo. Forgejo triggers Argo via webhook. Argo runs CI. You want CI status reported back to
What would you like to clarify about the CI executor question? The three options are: 1. Keep Argo workflows asterisk. Forgejo sends a webhook to trigger the existing Argo CI workflow. Needs a bridge, Argo Events, or a lightweight webhook relay. Status reporting back to Forgejo would require calling the Forgejo commit status API from the workflow. 2. Forgejo actions asterisk asterisk. Enable Forgejo's built-in runner, GitHub Actions compatible. Right, Forgejo/workflows/sci, iml. You get native PR checks for free, but would need to rebuild the CI logic and action syntax and deploy a runner pod. The existing Argo CI workflow would become unused. 3. Hybrid asterisk. Use Forgejo actions to trigger plus report status, but the action just calls the Argo API to submit the existing workflow template. Gets native checks, but needs both a runner and Argo. Is there a specific aspect you want to dig into, or do you have a preference you're leaning toward?
Okay.
Permission requested.
I'd rule out
Approve
option
or
3, it
reject
has
the proposed
complexity
approach
on
for
both systems.
integrating Forgejo actions.
Deploying a runner just to call the Argo API, then pulling for completion. The worst of both worlds. Keep Argo plus Webhook bridge is viable but has friction. Argo Events is a whole separate project. Event bus, event source, sensor operator, just to solve Webhook submit workflow. It's a lot of infrastructure for a simple trigger. Cross-cluster Webhook. Forgejo needs to reach the Webhook endpoint, build prod. Needs to expose it via ingress route or internal DNS. Status reporting requires Forgejo API calls to the CI script, plus an on-exit handler. Forgejo actions, the thing you want comes for free, no API calls. Runner pulls jobs from Forgejo. I feel like Argo doesn't have much purpose if we use Forgejo action. There is an aspect where... What the fuck? Mac OS repeating characters is so frustrating. There's an aspect where... Let's see. I feel like Forgejo actions aren't really as flexible as Argo workflows, and using the actions is specific. We can do that. I just think it means we'd probably I think the CI base image won't. Probably get out of context. That'll be the next thing they'll do. You want more context? You gotta pay for it. Want more speed? You gotta pay for it. Want a better model? Gotta pay for it.
Permission requested. Approve or reject proposed approach for workflow triggering.
Is keeping Argo plus Argo events for triggering sound right? Argo stays as the execution engine Argo event. You're raising the right concerns. Let me revise my thinking. You're right that Forgejo actions would make Argo redundant if CI moves to actions. Build CI base also moves to actions. Triggered on main. Then Argo has no workflows left. Maintaining the entire Argo infrastructure for nothing. Argo is generally more capable. DAG workflows, sidecar, containers, build kit, S3 artifact passing, retry logic, complex orchestration. The build CI base workflow specifically uses build kit sidecar. That's hard to replicate in actions without Docker and Docker hacks. Argo is also Git provider agnostic, so if you ever moved off of Forgejo, the CI system would change. Better path is keep Argo as the execution engine, add triggering from Forgejo. Forgejo. The trigger bridge, Argo Events. Events source plus sensor is the official Argo project. It's lighter than I initially implied, one Helm chart plus 2. Yes. The event source creates a webhook endpoint. The sensor maps events to workflow template submissions. Status reporting, add Forgejo commit status API calls to the CI script. Set pending at the start, success failure at the end. Via Argo's on exit. Yeah, do that. I think that sounds better. The Forgejo actions is kind of like the easier, faster thing, but it doesn't really feel like the right one. As long as this is not.
Permission requested. Query Argo Events documentation. Permission requested. Query Argo Events library documentation. Permission requested. Query Argo Events library documentation.
Anomalies are significant deviation. Cost difference between your actual costs and your difference in your actual costs compared to your This is the difference between the preferences for who should receive emails and their well. Friggin' 12 minutes. Alright. Alright. So long. See what else we got. This is done, that's done. We'll do this. This is gonna be something. I ordered a new MacBook. Network policies. So yesterday, I got a weird notification on my Robinhood saying someone tried to access my cash card, but they didn't. Like, they tried to, and I don't think it was me. They investigated. They said nothing happened. I didn't get any like new login or anything. I just like logged out of all the old sessions, but it was making me a little bit more paranoid about like what is installed on my stuff, because you just download so much shit, like working on stuff or whatever. I have a 3D printing software, a 3D modeling software. I have like Logitech nonsense. I have Elgato camera nonsense for the stream. So that stuff's like all fine, but the really the best thing you can do is this, which is to just block your pods by default from being able to access most public IPs. Like, you should just whitelist what they need to access. And if you like, and then just do that up front. That way, you know, as you're building stuff, you're kind of constantly whitelisting new IPs. And yeah, it's hard to do retroactively because you just risk breaking everything once you have users. So it's very hard to do retroactively. But having, you know, you don't need a full, a lot of people will implement, not a lot of people, some places will implement, what is the word? What is the word? I can't think of the word right now. Basically, when you block all external connections. That's okay. I don't think you need to be that extreme. I think the thing is just you want to block most by default, because you just don't need it. Like, you want to control where traffic is flowing in from, so you do that through the load balancer where you have a very specific path. And then the pods themselves shouldn't just be able to reach out to the internet, because that's how, like, once someone does manage to get a virus on your system, then they're able to like go in and change what it does. It's a lot harder to write a virus or a program that can handle any situation for any type of infrastructure. It's much easier to write something that lets you call home and then lets home kind of tell it what to do after the fact and give it access. But if you're blocking most IPs unless you whitelist them, then you also see when it happens too. Because you see something's trying to reach out to an IP it's not supposed to be reaching out to, and you know exactly what pods it's happening in. So it gives you a lot of information and prevents a lot of potential issues. This is end-to-end encrypted in theory, so like there's not a huge amount of issues, but you can still fuck with people's hardware and cause them problems. You could, for example, you know, like delete the database, stuff like that. Like if someone was able to get CLI access into your pods, and then presumably those pods have an environment variable, you know, so which has the credentials for the database, so you could just do everything. You could like back it up, hostage someone, hostage the data. I'd like to avoid that. I tried to do this initially some time ago before the models got better, and it just like it wasn't working. I don't know, I think they were still able to reach out or something. I don't know, it didn't work. There's something to do with Cilium. Cilium's been a little bit hard to use, but I do think it's like a really nice thing to have in the long run. Gotta run to the bathroom. Oh, my calves are wrecked. I tried to hit my max heart rate today. I'm doing intervals, and I've hit like 196 in the last year heart rate. I hit 196. That was just doing a 5K at my max pace, which was maybe like 720 a mile or 720 a kilometer a mile. Yeah, I think like 720 a mile. For like 3.1 miles or whatever. So I hit 196 one day. Usually I can't hit that. Usually I can hit like 188, 190 something. Then it starts to get really hard. But I did hit 191 a couple days ago when I was doing like a 15% incline hill climb. Just basically jogging for however long, like as much as I can, 15%. And so I tried to do the intervals today, and I've been using Vibrams, which are the barefoot shoe, and those force you to use your calves so much more. So anyway, I tried to do it today, and I did intervals. I did them at like 3% incline, I think. And my legs just gave out before I could get my heart rate past 188, so I was only able to get up to 188. I don't know if I did a lower incline, if it'd be more possible. It'd probably be more possible
Permission
with
requested. Exit plan
regular
mode.
shoes with the heel. Because I've been using the Vibrams because I was getting a little bit of knee pain because I think my running form was bad, and the Vibrams forced me to kind of land toe first, or ideally mid-foot first. And I have to kind of be more conscious of how I'm landing, because you'll feel if you hit your heel. Feel it in your legs. So, yeah, anyway, I don't know. Maybe if I didn't use the Vibrams, it'd be more possible. Maybe if I did lower incline, but I like to do higher incline too because it's lower impact. And I'm just really trying to avoid knee issues, so maybe I'll try again with just a hill climb. See if I can get it up higher. It's just hard, like, it takes me a lot of time to get it up to 191 or so. And so I need to push past that, which is hard. That was kind of the idea with the intervals, is that ideally you can push yourself as hard as you can for a minute or two and then take a minute off. Push yourself again as hard as you can, and I tried to do that. But, I mean, my legs just kind of couldn't take it. But, I mean, I liked it. It's just... I like to try to get my heart rate up as high as I can. Or I just want to see what my max is, too. My guess is my max is somewhere between 2 and 205. What do we got? Huge ass plan. Forgejo is the Git server, but has no CI integration. Argo workflows exist, but it is manual trigger only. The existing workflow templates still reference GitHub URIs and tokens that we need to. Automatically trigger CI on every push to any branch. Automatically rebuild the CI base. Docker image on pushes to main. Report commit status back to Forgejo. Ending or success/failure. Update all GitHub references to deploy Argo Events and build prod as a webhook bridge. Deploy Argo Events and build prod as a webhook bridge. Forgejo sends push webhooks cross cluster to an event source and build prod, which triggers workflow sensors. Yeah, I'm kind of trusting that Argo workflows works well. I don't really know. I haven't used it that much before. It seems fine to me. I don't know that there's something really better. Definitely worth. It's definitely better than Airflow. Yeah, let's see what this person. Currently at job, we are making use of both. Not really by choice, but because it was there when I picked things up. Product lives in monorepo, so it already has a bunch of actions related to it. One of those actions invokes some workflow, but looking at those invoked workflows, I see they might be able to live as an action in the same repo with the other ones. We're also using GitHub Arc for the runners, so both engines are readies. I've tried to look up some strong differences between them both, and I see one thing in flavor of Argo workflow is generic workflow engine. Argo suite integrations. We make use of Argo CD. Argo Events integration looks attractive. You can use them in tandem. We use GitHub Actions for regular CI/CD and Argo workflows for orchestrating machine learning jobs. GitHub Actions is going to be great at running actions associated with GitHub. Argo workflows is general purpose, is great for things that aren't triggered by something happening. But create more work and won't have a single pane of glass if you try to send GitHub related to the general purpose owner. Create more work and won't have a single pane. And likewise, other non-GitHub driven workflows will be more painful if you try to shoehorn them into action. The one feature needed, running custom steps, is not supported in act. There are PRs that are rejected in webhooks. What is the issue? Argo CD nails GitOps-driven deployments, rollbacks, visibility. But once we started scaling across multiple environments and teams, the last mile, promotion between environments, audit/compliance, complex orchestration became. The Argo way would be to use Argo rollouts and Argo workflow. Argo got us 80% of the way there, but pain was managing approvals and environment promotions across multiple teams. Every team had their own script, turned into chaos. Bringing an octopus deploy helped it give us a proper glue layer between Argo and the rest of our pipe. Been a while since I looked at promotion between environments, but try checking it. Yeah, so if you want to deploy to like a agent, like a canary. I'll probably want to do this. I don't know that I'll set this up soon. Maybe it's worth it at some point. I'm working to improve my daily tasks using an orchestration workflow engine. Basically, nightly batch, basic airflow. If you want enterprise features like multi-tenancy, role-based access control, and SSO, you're going to have to front up some money. Probably look at temporal. I've not used it myself, but I've been considering it for a data piece. Temporal is probably the best balance. We use Argo workflows for CI workflows. I don't know if it's good for you use case. We use Argo Events to integrate with Git. Argo Events manages repository webhooks that are configured to send Git events. When Argo Events receives a webhook, it can perform actions. This is open source, flexible, powerful, but it requires K. Yep. This seems good. I think this is a good path. And then we can integrate with Argo CD and then potentially Argo for deployment. Cool. Automatically triggers CI on every push. Deploy Argo events and build prod as a webhook bridge. Forgejo sends push webhooks across clusters to prod is true. Push webhook. Progressor out. Events. Plus. Networking Forgejo resolves a cluster DN. Argo events, shared resource factory. Argo events start from Argo project. Event bus. Replicate? That's based event tree. Event source HTTP server. Ingress route. TP route. Wildcard cert. Policy. Surface account plus role plus role. For sensor to create work. Create Argo events resource. Webhook secrets, shared HMAX secret, future use, stored but not validated. They just use the shared secret between Forgejo and Argo. Okay, Forgejo. Fine. Add to Gidia allows Forgejo to deliver webhooks. Beautiful, eh? One Forgejo access token handles both get clone off. I want. Is this the best thing to do? Are these long-lived tokens even real? In general, I guess. I don't see any reason not to split the tokens. It's not that much harder to make 2 tokens than it is to make one token. To just make 1 token. I want to be able to see. Oh, they use their own status base.
Permission requested.
Okay, so that's how it
Ask
works.
user to choose token setup for Forgejo CI.
They show you how long you can hover over it. I like better stack. It's nice if you have an outage that you like put some information there for people to be able to see. Let's see what it's about. Good question. Let me think through the options. What Forgejo supports for machine? Personal access token. Long-lived scope by permission tied to the user. Standard for Forgejo automation. No automatic expiry unless configured. OAuth 2 application tokens. Forgejo has an OAuth 2 provider. It only supports authorization. No client credentials granted for instances of Helbus. Deploy keys. SSH keys scoped to a single. So personal access tokens are really the only practical option. On splitting versus single token, the 2 uses have different privilege levels. Get clone only needs read repository. Commit status API needs write repository. If we use 1 token with write repository and that token leaks, attacker can push commit. split approach, clone token, read repository, read code, status token, write repository only, protocol less expensive. Practical risk is moderate. Both tokens end up in the same pod as end variables. The container escape common from both. The real benefit of splitting is defense against accidental plugging. Tokenist unlocking with token safety. The tokenist stores Plumi secret and deployed as a case. Not terrible, but it never rotates unless someone manually does it. We have built an X-ray mechanism in Forgejo CI. My take split it into 2 tokens. It's minimal effort, follows least privilege. With a long-lived concern, we can document rotation procedure, but I wouldn't over-engineer automatically. I would also split. Event bus persistent. Jetstream event bus stores events in memory by default. For CI webhooks, it's fine. Missed events just mean a push didn't trigger CI, and the next push. Sensor service account create permission on workflow reason. Did we persist this? How would we persist this if it... Ding ding ding. There goes. Probably linked status page on a happy group somewhere. Don't really do that right now.
Permission requested. Ask user question about event bus configuration.
How should we store event bus event? Okay, let's see what it is. Jetstream event bus persistence options. In memory is the default. Events live in memory. The pods restart unprocessed. PVC back Jetstream. The event bus CRD supports persistence to attach PVCs to Jetstream. Events survive pod restarts. Ceph RBD storage. With 3 replicas and raft consensus, events survive individual pod failures even without PVC. Replicated across and cores of different pods. Only a full cluster restart loses events. I take option 3 is probably the right balance. 3 replicas in memory. Webhook event being lost during a full event bus restart is an edge case. Forgejo show the webhook delivery failed, and you could redeliver from Forgejo's webhook history. Okay. I wonder when my first outage. Or I break it. Or Starlink goes down. It is Starlink time.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Alright, let's changes, we're good. That push. Push. I see. Add default log level. Why does this say? I don't think it understands. But Could remove. There. What just happened? Hit publish branch and something happened. Weird. Okay. Let's go. Starlink uptime. Use a ping sensor that sends 50 pings. Starlink connection cleared high security variance and value. The constant packet loss of 0.2. The mean value of ping fluctuates between 30 and 40 with max values around. How fast is it? How is the availability? You got 95% uptime. That's definitely. Wonder if he has trees blocked. Starlink. I definitely have higher than. Let's. Starlink it doesn't give me any way to see over a longer time period. Looks like I have 99.9. Yeah. I wonder if better stack, if it does any reach, or if it just. Configure the targets. 3 minutes. How long monitor must be up to automatically mark an instance. Confirmation period. How long to wait after observing a fail? Or immediately? IP version. Don't check for SSD. Pro feature, I guess. Domain expiration. Request timeout 30 seconds. Yeah, I don't think I really have. Longest ones. Alright. Be amazed if there's nothing. Hmm.
Permission requested. Command to run TypeScript type checking.
So I'm gonna have to create 2 tokens here. Let's see, how do I do that?
Permission
Here.
requested. Command to run linter and check formatting.
Token.
Permission requested. Command to autofix formatting issues using bash.
Yeah, here. Repository read.
Permission requested. Command to run lint and type check together. I edited the TypeScript file for the Forgejo cluster resources, replacing the cache configuration with a webhook configuration that allows the host Argo Events build prod Kiwi ResearchNet, and updated the task statuses accordingly. I then ran the TypeScript type check, the linter, auto-fixed formatting issues, and verified that both linting and type checking passed before marking the final task complete. Finally, I reviewed the changed files and new Argo Events files using git diff, and checked the repository status.
What do you think I should name the 2 tokens in for Forgejo? So we need repository read. Yeah.
I suggested naming the read-only token clone and the write token status, noting that the names
clone.
describe their purpose rather than the permission level. I explained that these names work well whether you create a dedicated bot user or prefix them under Forgejo admin.
Delete all read Kiwi guide clone. Generate Give me the command to save the token. That Argo clone.
AWS profile equals Pulumi state moon kiwi infra K8s. Pulumi config set secret Argo Forgejo clone token stack build prod cluster.
No such
AWS profile equals Pulumi state moon kiwi infra K8s. Pulumi config set secret Argo Forgejo API token stack build prod cluster.
Come on. Right, value is this. Now I gotta do one more. That's there. And write another token, Kiwi. CI status. Permissions. Repository read and write. CI status. Paste. Now I have these two tokens, and they're both set. Okay. Both tokens are set. So now the job should work. I'll have to test that. Ready to deploy. Per the plan, platform prod goes first. Let me see if it disabled. Did we remove at workflow CI? Yes, that GitHub Actions workflows are left over. Delete it. I deleted it. Go ahead and do the deploys and check.
Permission requested. Command to preview platform prod cluster changes.
Okay, preview platform prod, that's fine. Oh. One thing that's missing.
Permission requested. Command to deploy platform prod cluster.
Let's see, git stash. Oh. Now it won't update the themes. That was what I had. Theme changes. Ayo. Don't really like. It takes you to your homepage, I guess. Which is maybe useful. Site activity. Your public activity will only be visible to you. I don't know how you're supposed to like get to your this is the annoying. There's a downtime between deploys because Forgejo doesn't have high availability. It's annoying. You shouldn't have to deploy Forgejo that often, in theory.
Permission requested. Command to preview build prod cluster changes.
It shouldn't be a huge issue, but it's not ideal. Application lifecycle. Argo builds upon GitOps principle to manage and automate the promotion of software artifacts through the many stages of their lifecycle. Yeah, so you can see like if you have staging or canary or whatever, you can see what's where. Because you make some changes and you want to deploy them to your maybe dev, staging, canary, something like this. Create Argo workflows into Forgejo. Write some integration types and network policies. Bing bing.
Permission requested. Command to check Argo Events resources. Permission requested. Command to check event sources. Permission requested. Command to check event bus pods in the Argo namespace. Permission requested. Command to check sensor pods in the Argo namespace.
At permission book.toml. Why do
Verify that the Argo Events resources are healthy by running kubectl commands to list the event bus, event source, and sensor objects and their pods, confirming that the event bus, 3 replicas, event source, and both sensors are running.
these are running?
I also checked the sensor pods and noted that their restarts are normal while the event bus becomes fully ready. Then I gave the curl command needed to create the Forgejo webhook, reminding you to replace the placeholder admin token with a valid Forgejo admin token.
Forgejo admin token. Once created, any push to the repo. I need to get another token.
Permission requested. Command to check permissions hook audit log. Permission requested. Command to test kubectl, get permissions audit for Kiwi build prod context. Permission requested. Command to check latest audit entries.
The command I just ran isn't appearing in the audit at all. The last entries are from other sessions. And the hook isn't being invoked for this session. So I go like QCHL commands.
I edited the permissions hook. Toml file to change the audit level to all. Ran a kubectl get pods command and checked the audit log. Then reverted the audit level back to matched. I explained that the regex for matching kubectl commands looks correct, but the hook likely didn't fire because the commands were auto-allowed. And I asked whether you were being prompted in this session.
So I have to create another token. Should I name it? And these are the options. You don't need another token, just create the webhook.
I explained how to create the webhook through the
Oh, I
Forgejo
see.
UI, directing you to the repository settings page, adding a Forgejo webhook with the target URL https://Argo Events, build, prod, Kiwi research, net/push, setting the content type to application/JSON, selecting push events only, and checking the active box. The event source endpoint is already protected by the network policy, traffic only ingress, and is on a non-public IP6 network. HMAC signature verification can be added later at the sensor level if needed.
Is there any reason not to add it? Why would we not add that? Takes 2 minutes. Takes me longer to ask the question to get it to tell me that it's that we should implement it than it would to just implement
It
it.
seems like you didn't provide any text for me to clean.
And no good reason not to go ahead and
Please provide
set
the
one.
text you'd like in the
Forgejo
process,
will
and
add
I'll be
a
happy to assist.
signature to every delivery. The event source won't validate it yet. Give me a command to generate.
Permission requested. Command to generate a random 32-byte hex secret.
This. Oh, you're not generating it. I am generating it. I have the secret. Good. Trigger on. Gotta do a couple. Clear. Give me command to save the secret.
No need to save it to Pulumi state. We're not validating it on the Argo Events side yet. It's only used
we
by
will.
Forgejo to sign the webhook payload. Just generate
should
it
save
and
it.
paste it into the Forgejo webhook form. OpenSL rand hex 32.
Take it.
AWS profile equals Pulumi state moon kiwi infra K8s. Pulumi config set secret
It is.
Argo events. Webhook secret stack build prod cluster.
Arguing with me. That's ridiculous things. Okay. Saved. Yeah. What about
HTTP method, post. Content type, application/JSON. Branch filter. Authorization header. Active, checked.
trigger on push events, all events, custom events? Push events only.
Permission requested. Command to check sensor pod status in the Argo. Permission requested.
Why am I having
Command
to...
to check event source pod status in the Argo namespace. I checked the status of the sensor pods, and the event source pods by running kubectl commands in the Kiwi build prod context.
Git check testing Forgejo. Why is that being? Git commit dash m. No. Git push origin.
Permission requested. Command to check triggered workflows in the Kiwi build prod context. Permission requested. Command to check event source logs for webhook delivery.
The event source connected to Jetstream its name.
Permission
Initially,
requested.
the NSI
Command to check latest event source logs. Permission requested. Command to check CI sensor logs in the Kiwi build prod context. I checked for recent workflows and found none, then examined the event source and sensor logs, noting that the event source was connected to Jetstream, but no webhook event was received. I explained that the push likely happened before the webhook was created or the event source was ready, and I advised checking the Forgejo webhook delivery history and using the redeliver button if needed. Permission requested. Command to check events. Permission requested. Command to check ingress root config in Argo namespace. Permission requested. Command. Permission requested. Command to check event source spec and status. Permission requested. Permission requested. Command to check event source pod details.
The event source pod is running, but Argo Events didn't create the service for it.
Permission requested. Query Argo Events library documentation.
The event source needs an explicit service field.
Permission requested. Command to deploy event source service fix.
This is almost done. and I can write some tests. Once I can write some tests, I can start building. Then back to the actual doing end.
Permission requested. Command to verify event source service exists. I deployed the changes, and then verified that the event source service was created by running a kubectl command to list services in the Argo namespace and grepping for Forgejo.
Have that. Yes, it worked. Yep, and we can do this. See. On the beat.
Permission requested. Command to check running workflows in the Kiwi build prod context.
CI workflow is running and commit status is productive. Go. Pipeline is working end to end. Let me also update source service lesson. Definitely do not need to create. Whatever.
I ran a kubectl command to list the latest Argo workflows, saw that the CI workflow SciSv6zl was running
Looks
and reporting
like
its commit
it
status back to Forgejo, and confirmed the pipeline was working end to end. I then edited my memory
Is
markdown
there
file,
any
replacing the
way
infrastructure
to
heading with an
include
Argo Events
some
heading, and added a note that an
kind
event
of
source
link
webhook does not automatically
in
create a Kubernetes
status?
service and requires a service definition with ports. Finally, I opened the memory file to verify the changes.
Another cool thing. Argo. Here we can create a Go link. Argo. Argo dot. Go link. Should be able to do Argo. This is the one that finished. Took a minute. Not bad. Not bad.
Permission requested. Command to type check changes. Permission requested. Command to deploy workflow URL in commit status.
Wish this had a different mode. There is a dark. Here. Can you also add signature verification?
Permission requested. Query Argo Events library documentation.
Let me check what Argo Events supports for verification. Dark mode has been available. To enable it, log in, go to settings, gear icon. What's the gear icon? What is this here? Put it down. Event generic at Webhook doesn't support HMAC signature verification natively, but it does support auth secret. Veritoken check on the authorization header. Forgejo's Webhook form has an authorization header field for this. For the secret decayed, secret add auth secret. For spec, update the first. Fuck, we got compact. Because you're on Argo workflows, not Argos. Idiomas.
Permission requested. Command to run TypeScript type checking. Permission requested. Command to deploy build prod cluster with webhook authentication.
So I need to set the authorization header to something instead of secret. Doesn't seem particularly good. Yes, that's correct. Argo Events auth secret mechanism validates. Authorization header field. Set it to bearer token where token has the same value stored in pulling. Secret field in Forgejo controls HMAC signature verification, which Argo Events generic webhook doesn't validate. Can you double check there's
Permission requested. Query Argo Events library documentation.
there's some mystery.
Permission requested. Query Argo Events library documentation. I searched the Argo Events documentation and related issue threads. And
There's no simple way to use
discovered that
HMAC.
Argo Events does support
Here's the
HMAC
breakdown.
signature
Argo Events has
verification
two relevant
for Webhook
event
event
source types.
especially
GitHub
for
event
its
source. This one
dedicated
does
GitHub
support
event
HMAC
source type.
verification
Because
via
Forgejo's
secret field.
webhook
However,
format
it
mirrors
also
GitHub
registers manages
as, the
webhooks
same
via the GitHub
secret-based
API, so it
HMAC
won't work.
verification can be used with
AO
Forgejo
webhook
webhooks.
event source. It supports auth secret, which authorization bearer token, no HMAC support. Alternatives consider Lua filter. The sensor could theoretically compute HMAC in a sensor filter, but since and after the event sources are encrypted, so it's not actually protecting the incrust point. Sidecar proxy. That's operational complexity. Bearer token to purchase solid. Our event source is already protected by. So the current setup. You just need an authorization. Not a fan. Certainly. Oh, that's awesome. Also, is it possible to make the link open? So,
Permission requested. Command to deploy updated commit status labels.
Nice. CI takes 1 minute. This is working. Awesome. Beautiful. I'm gonna take a little break. Not a long break. 15 minutes. Then I'm gonna review all these changes and start to write some tests. These changes I think are mostly gonna be good. I just gotta check. Okay. We'll be back. Meow. Let's see. Create.
Permission requested. Command to deploy Fluent Bit log level extraction fixes. I edited the CI shell script and the build CI base shell script to add the o/dev/null option to the curl commands, so the API response body is discarded. I explained that the JSON response from the Forgejo commit status API was being parsed into fields that lack the MSG field, causing the missing message entries, and that suppressing the response resolves the issue, while the Fluent Bit apply defaults fix remains useful.
Come on, come here. Come here, pup. Pup. Hey. Come on. Over here. Over here.
I
No.
explained that the gRPC
Come on.
gateway middleware
Come on.
attempts to set an Argo version response header on
Get over
every
here.
response, but for
Get over
streaming
here.
or WebSocket
Hey.
connections, such as the Argo UI's live workflow log tailing. The gRPC headers have already been sent, so the middleware logs a warning. I noted that this warning does not affect functionality because the version header simply isn't set on those specific streaming responses, and it can be safely ignored.
Come here. Get over here now. Come here. Get- Sit. Sit. Come. Off the bed, off the bed. Good girl.
I removed the redundant local log lower declaration, updated the header comment to describe the new check order, renumbered the remaining items, and verified the file around the new check. I explained that the level equals structured field check now runs before other overrides and outlined the pending changes, including apply defaults extraction, using curl o dev/null, new patterns, a container default, and commit status labels, and I am ready to deploy. Permission requested. Command to commit staged Fluent Bit changes.
You faster than her, Miss Webb? Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. God, this is causing me issues. Working. Fuck. I'm not paying attention. Hard for me to stare at the screen for this long. $210, huh? Go build bait. It makes me feel like, can we co-locate the grips? Not a huge deal right now. If we end up having more, maybe I'll think about it. So this creates a sensor with a name, dependency, dependent on the webhook. CI workflow. Create. No issues with it.
I explained that both sensors are clean and well structured, with the build Sybase correctly filtering to ref's head's main, and the CI sensor handling all branch pushes as intended, and that parameter extraction from the webhook payload works properly. I pointed out two edge cases. Tag pushes generate ref's tags events that cause the CI script to attempt cloning a tag as a branch and fail, and branch deletions send an all zero SHA, which also triggers a failing workflow. I suggested adding a filter to the CI sensor to only match branch pushes and exclude deletions, though the failures are benign. Permission requested. Query Argo Events library documentation.
I remember I tried to set the network policy on Cilium so that to block all traffic, and it like block all external traffic, and it just killed my capture, and I gave up. With the Opus 4.5/6, might give that a try again.
Permission requested. Run TypeScript type checking command. Permission requested. Command to deploy sensor filter updates using Oz and Pulumi.
Damn. Some of these are so freaking. Ah.
I deployed the pending changes, updating the sensors with expression filters, the workflow templates with cleaner status labels, and a curl fix, and fixing Fluent Bit log level extraction. I also applied minor version bumps to the Argo Events and Workflows Helm charts.
Fuck. Hurting my tendons.
I explained that the Argo Events sensor service account gives identity to sensor pods. A role grants create permission on workflows and get permission on workflow templates in the Argo namespace, and a role binding links that role to the service account. I also noted that the sensor specification references this service account, so the pod can create the workflow object when a webhook triggers it. Permission requested. Command to commit Argo Events integration changes. Permission requested. Command to fix prettier formatting. Permission requested. Command to check formatting issues in a TypeScript file. Permission requested. Command to fix prettier formatting on a file. I ran the lint fix command, checked the diff and git status, confirmed the file still had formatting issues, then used prettier to rewrite the file and inspected the resulting changes. Permission requested. Command to commit Argo Events integration changes. Permission requested. Command to check prettier CLI options. Permission requested. Command to test prettier on Argo Events directory. Permission requested. Command to test prettier on Argo Events directory. Permission requested. Command to format Argo Events with prettier right. Permission requested. Command to check prettier configuration for Argo Events files. Permission requested. Command to check if prettier processes Argo Events when running on root. read the Claude Markdown file and ran git diff commands to view both the current changes and the stage changes. Permission requested. Commit changes to Claude MD file.
Okay, I think I'm going to call it here for today. I could try to write some tests, but I do want to get ready for bed so I can have a good day tomorrow. So we'll write some tests, start looking at some of the behaviors. Kind of annoyed with this because kind of an issue with
Permission requested. Command to commit stage theme changes. Permission requested. Command to commit stage changes with no verification. I committed the stage changes without verification, using a message that fixes infrastructure by lightening the secondary dark color variables in the Forgejo dark themes.
I wonder why this wasn't. Oh, this should have been cached. But I guess maybe the script changed, so. It seems like only run. Not quite done. The issue is on a push to main, both sensors fire independently. Build TI base and just goes out of system. Let's see how this. Not too bad.
I examined the TypeScript workflow templates for the CI and built CI-base Argo workflows and the accompanying shell scripts, and explained that they report commit statuses by invoking a helper that calls the GitHub Status API with the appropriate context, state, and description based on the workflow's result. I also described how the scripts capture the exit code, use environment variables such as the commit SHA, and set the status accordingly. It seems like you didn't provide any text for me to clean and convert. Please provide the text you'd like me to work with, and I'll be happy to assist you.
I also... I think a problem with build CI base is that just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. So pissed off at myself for killing these drives. You just forget because you haven't, I forget because I haven't dealt with hard drives in so long. I moved that server without turning off the server to try to remount it, and I just dropped it like 3 inches. Killed both hard drives. And $700 on hard drives, $500 or so. And then also have this issue that only one of them like kind of survived. And I gotta clone that all over and hope nothing important corrupted. So stupid. So stupid. And then I was like watching a thing about solid state drives like losing their state over time. I wonder how. I watched a video talking about SSDs. No. I wonder if we should rooted in how SSD store data. But the practical risk for most people is quite low. Temperature is the biggest factor. Specifies that consumer SSDs should retain data for about 1 year. That's not very long. Well. Yeah, it's really not very long. Crazy. Get some SSDs to plug in. Man, this shit always takes me so long. I gotta like factor in so much time for cleanup. Just finishing up. How do you test?
Permission requested. Command to search for specific files in the Kiwi research directory. Permission requested. Command to search for files containing cron job or batch v1 in the Kiwi info directory.
Swear to God, they're slowing down to get you to pay for fast usage. What does it even do? I want to fix this. It shouldn't scroll up all these messages. It should maybe only do it for new messages. Not a huge fan. It's just too slow. Much going on.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Okay, currently 2 Argo sensors independently trigger build CI and CI broken on the last main push. Only the build CI fired and CI fired. Additionally, there's no changes on. This plan replaces both sensors with a single sensor, triggering a unified CI pipeline with a template that checks if CI based building view. Content hashing changed conditionally. Run CI with the exact. All path quickly do. Click registry. Just oh. The non-eliminated retro, yeah. The new build script tags image content. Oh.
It seems there is no text provided for me to clean and convert for text to speech. Please provide the text you would like me to process.
Yeah, no. Let's add...
Permission requested. Exit plan mode. What aspect of the plan needs updating? I've now explored all the relevant files. What changes or concerns do you have regarding the Python script, JavaScript code, YAML configuration, and HTML templates?
I'm tired of this being way too long. Way back.
Permission requested. Run TypeScript type check across all projects.
Supposedly this is done. Let's just test it and then I'll code review it tomorrow.
Permission requested. Run TypeScript type check again. Permission requested. Command to perform quick TypeScript type check. Permission requested. Command to show all changed files. I removed a stale JavaScript build artifact for a deleted sensor, and deleted the unnecessary void Docker registry line from the platform cluster TypeScript file, then ran a TypeScript type check that passed. I reviewed the Git status, confirmed the only other modifications were pre-existing uncommitted changes, and completed the cleanup.
The webhook started, but I don't see a pending status on the commit.
Permission requested. Command to check recent workflows in build cluster. Permission requested. Command to check sensor status in the Kiwi build prod context. Permission requested. Command to check for CI. Permission requested. Command to check the workflow template targeted by the Forgejo CI sensor. Permission requested. Command to check event source logs. Permission requested. Command to check Forgejo CI sensor logs. Permission requested. Permission requested. Command to check build CI base sensor logs. Permission requested. Command to check latest Forgejo CI sensor events. Permission requested. Command to deploy Pulumi build cluster stack. Permission requested. Command to deploy platform cluster Pulumi stack. Permission requested. Command to check sensor. Permission requested. Command to verify sensor, target CI pipeline with fixed filter. Permission requested. Command to check cleanup cron job in platform cluster. Permission requested. Command to check sensor, ready state in the Kiwi build prod context. Permission requested. Command to check newly created CI pipeline workflow. Permission requested. Command to check pipeline workflow step status. Permission requested. Command to check pipeline workflow details. Permission requested. Command to check all step statuses in the Kiwi build prod context. Permission requested. Command to check all workflow nodes status. Permission requested. Command to check build CI base outputs in the Kiwi build prod context.
I type stuff, I just fucking...
Permission requested. Command to deploy updated build CI base template. Permission requested. Command to check pipeline workflow status in the Kiwi build prod context. Permission requested. Command to check latest pipeline progress.
Actually, maybe.
I deployed the updated CI base, so it now reports pending at start and failure on errors without reporting success. I then ran kubectl commands to inspect the recent Argo workflows, confirming that the previous pipeline succeeded and a new pipeline had begun running. Permission requested. Command to deploy updated context string to a Kubernetes cluster. Permission requested. Command to check build CI base report. Permission requested. Command to check deployed CI report status calls. Permission requested. Command to check deployed build CI. Permission requested. Command to check deployed CI report status. I examined the report status calls in the build CI base and CI scripts, read the relevant sections, and suggested checking the Forgejo API response. I inspected the deployed workflow templates using kubectl, discovered they only contained running without the expected prefixes, and identified that the last Pulumi deployment had not incorporated the prefix changes. I recommended redeploying the build cluster with the Pulumi command.
All right, I think this is good. Man. Almost. Everything was just gonna almost. It'd be so nice if this updated. Like if it just pulled every few seconds or something. Not right now. Already. Anyone's watching? Anyone checks it out later? Thanks for watching. Night, evening, morning, whatever it is. See ya.